Yippee! Perfect. Perfecto. We're ready. We're steady. And we're... I can't think of another order round for those two. Quick! Quick! Oh shit! I can't think of anything. Alright, we're just starting. Let's see how this goes. Let's not keep the bitch waiting. Hey! Wait a second. That's my friend's birthday. Neat. I just ate, so... Oh. 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 You and me both, Apollo. We're both fine. Whew. Alright, before we continue on anything and saying anything, or narrating everything that's going on, let's do a quick recap because it's been a while. And when you're playing two puzzle games, a mystery game, and what did I play last Saturday? It was Blueprints, it was Root Trees, it was Mega Solid 3. We play a lot of games that involve a lot of information. Sometimes you forget things. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. So let's try and review what we know about this case so far. Alright, here's our victim. He was with the Grammys. What's his name again? It wasn't a Grammy, was it? It was like something different. Like Mr. Roos. Yeah. Alright. So it's him. Alright. We have a stage diagram, which shows the trick that was used, which is similar to the trick from Apollo Justice game. Tricks of the Grammys. The fire trick thing, which is important because the fact that the fire bucket was not ready, which means they knew that he was going to be dead at that point. Yeah, okay. We have the notebook, which we can't look inside because it's a secret. We at least know what it says about the true entertainer thing, but it's just written there. Man, I've had something stuffy. Let's see. I saw unknown fingerprints were found on the top of the thing. The contract. Which is fake. Because it was used this to make it be fake. But we haven't found a way to prove it. Which, okay. Mr. Hat's trick was messed up. Maybe on purpose. Let's see. Just put this that lifts under the stage. The rubber sword's in the bottom part. The rubber sword was found in the bottom of that part right there. Okay, stage 2 lift. Okay, that's the one that Tracy had to move out of the way. So it's already up, so it's already been used. So she can use stage 1. Yeah, that sounds about right. The show footage. Wish we can fast forward through this. That'd be very nice. So the key there is the two shadows that show up, one to the left and one to the right. Those are very important. Okay. Oh, and then we have our people too. Our defendant, my partner, my boss, suspicious person number 1, suspicious number 2, dead person, and our friend. All right. Cracks knuckles. Let's see if there we go. Crack knuckles. Yeah, okay, there we go. Let's go. I'm fine. I'm fine. Apollo just said I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all of this. Get together, Apollo. Yikes, Athena. When did you get here? Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm all right. I'm fine. All I can think of is the Arrested Development part with the doctor. He's like, well, he's gonna be all right. Oh, that's good. He's like, I didn't know you take it so well. What? Yeah, took off his left arm, so he's gonna be all right. You know, I did a little digging on this Nahuta Sadmati guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh yeah? What did you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this is going to be a cakewalk if that's true. Emma did say she talked to him for us, though. He's hoping that went well. I highly doubt it. Thanks, Wright, for the, I guess, words of encouragement. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh, Apollo Justice said I'm fine. If you say so, Apollo. The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes, we're fine. Are you? Are you really? Chuchi's fate and the fate of the agency rest in this trial. Let's see how we can do this. I bet you things are not going to go well. Well, I'm obviously going to win, but it's going to put some effort into it. Right. Court is now in session for the trial of Chuchi Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Interesting thing on his hand. I wonder what that symbol is. And the prosecution? Prosecutor Sadmati. 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying. Yes, yes, I see. You're a Koreanist monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Korean. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. Please, do show me more kindness and forgiveness than my country has for defense attorneys. That would be grand, if you can. I'm unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country and may make many blunders. He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? Now then, Prosecutor Sadamati, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly, in the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin. Holy shit, that's a lot. That's a fucking scroll. God damn. The incident took place in the middle of the spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into the coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Man of Mystery, otherwise known as Man of Mystery. I see what you did there. Man of Mystery. Yeah. The Great Mysterious. Mysterious? Oh, Mysterious, not Roos. It's Rius. Like mysterious. Mysterious. Yeah, mysterious. Okay. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. So his death was just an unfortunate accident? It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus, that this was a murder made to look like an accident. I see, and you believe this crime was committed by the defendant? After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I unfortunately had no other choice but to conclude as much. Yeah, okay, I mean, I guess Emma couldn't convince him after all. I mean, of course not, or else this case will be over now. Very well, and now let us hear from the defense. Naturally, we retain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. If the defense would mind, could you please explain your reasoning? My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? Ooh, okay. What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind. Oh boy. Putrid mind? The prosecutor said Marty. Excuse me, but I don't... Bro, you got your own language for an objection? What the... What? What did you say? If you don't mind my asking, prosecutor, what was it that you were just chanting? A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul towards enlightenment. Is a cry in this incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused. I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real? Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners and to guide victim souls to the Twilight Realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accused's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell along with Trucy Wright. What are you gonna do? Send me to the Twilight Realm or to the Twilight Zone? What do they call that in? What do they call it in Yu-Gi-Oh? Twilight Realm? I think it was the Twilight Realm. Now I just admit it here. Putrid, pit of hell. Is there any way to address someone in a court of law? Prosecutor said, buddy, that may be the way you conduct trials in crying. But I would appreciate if you would refrain from such charged language here. Your Honor. That was but a cry in a sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason. Don't you fucking No, don't you fall back on that. You know that's not okay. Come on, Judge. God damn it. I guess they really do hate defense attorneys and crying, huh? Even still, that was way, way over the top as well, as far as verbal abuse goes. He threatened to toss me into hell. How is that not like fucking contempt of court? And the trial's only just begun. Well, defense, I suppose the way the prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as a cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it? No, if you give them a fucking ear or whatever. Well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What? Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Is it Bonnie or is it the fucking ratings guy? Oh, that's right, Emma. Uh-oh. Yeah. She relapsed back onto food. Oh boy. Hit of Sky, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself. What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? She seems a little stressed out. Detective Sky, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent. I'm sorry? Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. But I let it go and move on. Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. You don't believe in this Holy Mother nonsense, do you? Oh no. Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. I guess Emma got assigned tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Sadmani don't seem to get along very well, do they? But she wishes that she was working with Gavin again. Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky. All right. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Troop Grammy poster from 13 years ago. Huh? It just means it's a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing room. It's not just the cancel thing, right? It's gotta be something else in here. That makes it too easy. This is a revised version of that poster. This one says canceled under Mr. Mysterious. That's right, Mr. Rios left the troop after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Rios' right forearm near his elbow. See the big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Oh boy. Because of the accident, Magnifi Grammarly concluded Mr. Rios was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifi announced Mr. Rios wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnifi's decision, Mr. Rios tried to go on stage anyway. This in turn caused Magnifi to oust Mr. Rios from the troupe on the spot. He kicked Mr. Rios out. That seems rather extreme. And also, it makes it seem more like Mr. Rios would want to kill Trucy, not the other way around. Did he really have to go that far? When it came to magic, True Grammarly was so passionate, or should I say extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time. No telling me about it. I mean, let's see. Fucking Magnifi was like, I'm gonna kill myself or have you guys kill me in order to decide who becomes my successor. One guy was like, I'm not gonna do it. Fine. Oh, he picked the right answer. He's like, you get it. And the other guy failed. And he was like, you don't get it. And he was like, oh. And then he shot himself, I think. Oh, and also they accidentally blinded the mom. Well, I guess the mom of Apollo and Trucy. Yes, they even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics. And now the troupe's successor has committed a murder. It seems the troupe's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality. Oh, no. Not a fucking lie. Not really. I mean, the three guys in the front are all criminals. Magnifi did try and, put the blame of killing himself on somebody else, kind of. Valiant was doing some shady stuff. Well, Zach was doing some shady stuff, and then Valiant was an accessory to murder. Yeah. But not Lamimura, though. She's clean. I mean, she was kind of involved with a smuggling ring thing accidentally, but that wasn't her. That was somebody else using her as a way to do so. And yeah, I mean, 3 for 5 is still pretty bad, though. You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor. Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor. God damn, dude. As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mysterious apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troop. He would tell those close to him, I'll get my revenge on Troop Gramarye someday. So, wouldn't he have more of a motive for murder? Once again? Revenge, that certainly sounds antagonistic. And then his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? Oh, yeah, first witness testimony. Okay. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Gramarye during Tuesday's magic show. Mr. Rios was going to first steal the Gramarye notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind the magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did, in fact, steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had the chance to reveal the secrets. That sounds like a... By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. The only option was to kill Mr. Rios and make it look like an accident.
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture.
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Brian DeFam, gave the police a statement. She testified that it was just before the start of the show, and Mr. Rios said, I'm going to reveal all of Troop Gramarye's secrets on stage today. What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me... Oh, you're telling me. Okay. I thought he was going to continue on with that sentence. Allow me to give you one piece of advice, defense. Oh? And what's that? A butterfly. I'm a beautiful butterfly. Let it go and move on. Why is that butterfly like sparkly and stuff? Excuse me? Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then ever be burdened with that sin in their next life. But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Yeah, what if I don't believe in it, huh? Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life. A stink bug? Now then, Mr. Justice. Come on, man. Your cross-examination, please. Okay. That's new. That wasn't what it looked like in the previous case. It had the the attorney's badges. No, before it was the little like spirit thingies. Oh, because we're at Merrick now. Oh, whatever this place is set, kind of. Okay. Why is the text going by so slow? Put that off. Text skip off. Wait time is a second. Where's text speed? Because that is some slow ass text speed. What the hell? Okay, we go. I had to pass through that text again, which is interesting because that's not usually how it... Oh, whatever.
Hold it!
Let's press as much as we can. Friends, after all this time, it's been 13 years already. Why now? I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, wouldn't he have done it a long time ago if he was going to do it at all? Detective Sky, self-indulgent outbursts such as those will earn you divine punishment in the form of a salary evaluation. Get some snackos. Yeah. Let the detective have her snack. This humble servant of the Holy Mother shall explain. Over a decade ago, Troop Grammar was at the height of their popularity, but then their reputation declined and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Wright sought to recapture their former glory. The defendant, and at such a young age too, how impressive. Yes, the accused's skill at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen into the path of sin, she would have been a bright future ahead of her. It's always sad to see such promising young potential go to waste. Now then, Detective Sky, how did Mr. Rios plan to get his revenge? And please put down the snackos before you continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it!
What evidence do you have that Mr. Rios actually stole the notebook? Well, you see, I mean, we kind of know. Kind of. We found it in his stuff. We did, so, I mean, well, someone could have put it there. Whenever you're ready, Detective. But not Detective Sky, you have nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you have made. Forensic discovery? And what did she discover specifically? I guess fingerprints on the diary? Or journal? Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. Yep. Upon further inspection, she determined that they belonged to Mr. Rios. What? Detective found the fingerprints entirely on her own volition. For that, I must say, well done, Detective Sky. Oh boy. Are they going to update the evidence about that? Not Detective Sky, I would like you to explain. I guess not. Okay. Exactly how Mr. Rios intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge. Alright, well, first he stole the notebook.
Hold it!
I'm going to reveal all of Troop Grammary's secrets on stage today. That's what Mr. Rios said himself said, right? Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Grammy's secrets he was talking about. But the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secrets behind Troop Grammy's magic? Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Rios was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she naturally panicked. I see, truly, a motive that only a magician could have. Yes, that's what the prosecution believes anyway.
Hold it!
Do you really believe that you're saying, Detective Sky? Do you really think Miss Wright killed Mr. Rios to stop him from getting his revenge? Of course I don't think that, but too soon we know what. Oh. Keep your private considerations separate from your public duty. I warned you about this very thing before the trial began, did I not, Detective Sky? Just recluse yourself, Emma. Come on, it's not that hard. Then he doesn't even have a witness. Yes, you did. Please recite my exact words to you. Emma Sky, you are a detective first and foremost, not the accused's friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully. Excellent. So you do remember what I said to you. Your devotion to your work will be rewarded, for the Holy Mother sees all. This Holy Mother is no scientific concept I've ever heard of. See, that's what I'm saying. Question it. Question that Holy Mother. Those two really don't get along, do they? Well, science and religion go together about as well as oil and water. As I was saying...
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder? Beats me. What? The basis is beats me? You have to ask Prosecutor Sadmari about over there, because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Wait, what? Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. Please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit. Anything but that. Well, Prosecutor said, Mahi, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. Oddly as it had been moved that Mysterious would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake. What? What? Mysterious, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left. He was supposed to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, Mysterious was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin on stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin that accused thrust her sword into. Okay. And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape? But of course, Detective Sky. Oh, that's right. Identified the defendant's fingerprint on the luminous tape. What? Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on? Absolutely not. Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony.
Hold it!
What made you think to check the luminous tape for prints? Well, but it was Detective's intuition. I dusted not just the tape, but just about everywhere for fingerprints. Oh? I dusted pretty much every single surface in the theater. I mean, it was so nice to be able to dust for prints without anybody getting mad at me. The tape was moved to guide Mr. Rios to the coffin that was downstage. That's true, it does sound like a murder rather than an accident. It certainly doesn't help that Chuchi's prints are on the tape. Wait. Wait, but she was wearing gloves. What do I present to show that she was wearing gloves? Oh, no. Oh, here we go. Chuchi wore gloves during the show, so no fingerprints were found.
Objection!
There we go. I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Really? The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time. It doesn't? Please consider the fingerprint results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints were found on it or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin. I think you've realized what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Miss Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. She must have left her prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Oh my. But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that. You go, Eva. Well, prosecutor said Mahi, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim. I see. Apparently, the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug, at any rate. Come on, you can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you? Because beetles are cool. Will it be any better? Of course, way better. Stag beetles are there we go. Stag beetles are cool with those huge mandibles of theirs. Am I calling the fucking dialogue in these games now? God damn, I've been playing them for so long. The defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle. Then answer me this question. Would it be this, Batman? Alright, shoot. Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim, the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide and entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it. So what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right? Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. Excuse me, hold on, let me check the dragon, the hat trick, teleportation, the escape trick, and the fire trick. If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue it was involuntary manslaughter. I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime could be mitigated. Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, do you argue that it was an accident? Ooh-hoo-hoo-hoo. Oh-ho. Oh-ho. Oh-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Any rational lawyer would probably take the involuntary manslaughter. Because of all sense of happening, it is on evidence that she stabbed into a coffin and he was bleeding after he landed, and the wound comes from the blade that she was using. It is very hard to prove in the real world that she didn't do it. However, this isn't the real world. This is the Ace Attorney world, and things run a little bit differently here. Defense argues that Miss Use's death was... Defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else? That is quite a brazen claim to make, one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Surely you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life. I've been demoted to a vegetable? Hey, peppers aren't... Yeah, actually it's pretty bad. Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-existent plant. A non-sentient plant, in fact. In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. I do? I mean, hold on. Hold on. As to put some opposite side. Either the sword, probably the sword stand, or the fire bucket. Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was the cause of death. If that's the case, then how do we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin? A very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put in a coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go? Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sadmahi? Wait. Something about this. Hmm. And another thing goes up right there. What's the second shadow? That's the third time. The third time of what? Wait, what the heck is this? Yeah, what he said. My head. What do you think you're doing? Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if you're struck 3 times. Since you never learned, you needed to be punished. Why don't you let me worry about what I need and what I don't? It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Honestly, Blackwell's better than this guy, because even his he didn't he would threaten and do sword slashes, but didn't actually hit, Apollo. He actually straight up just what's it called? Assaulted Apollo with those beads. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. A sermon? Now? It's not even Sunday. There's a passage in the sacred scriptures of Cryanism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake. Huh? A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against their prosecution. Did I get it right? No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet, the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within. Does great. And in this case, you are that frog defense. Huh, no kidding. What exactly is your point exactly? Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who then had the opportunity to do so during the show? Let's see, the people in the show were Bonnie DeFam, the victim Mysterious, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFam was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show, which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. Now do you see? The accused killed Mysterious as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident. Oh, great and merciful Holy Mother. Thus, another putrid mind has been guided toward enlightenment. Obviously, she's the murderer. Oh my god, put her in jail. Kill her. Blah, blah, blah. That's what they're saying. So but I have to raise an objection here. Athena, what are you... There's something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. Dude, how old are you to be calling her a child? 25? Oh, okay. You would contribute to this discussion in that capacity? I most certainly would. You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl. Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home. But I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Prosecutor said Mahi, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would have been hauled up the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin. That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it. What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now? In my religion, the priestesses of Christianism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. However, I also think highly of the female perspective. Says the man who called this fair maiden a little child. I agree with your point is worth discussing, defense. How, indeed, was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused, Tusi Wright, that is. You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that even be possible. But of course. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. No, wait. You really can explain it? I foresaw that arguments would come to this, so I prepared a witness. Well, well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor. It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he? Excuse me, but may I step down now? Yes, I suppose you may. One moment, Detective Sky. I'm sorry for, the way I handled all of this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was? Yes, you served well as a detective, and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work. Oh, thank you. Hope we can work together in the future. I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him. Better than fucking like most other prosecutors who just like, fuck you, Edgeworth. I mean, but Edgeworth is like, fuck you, Gumshoe. And then Francisca's like, fuck you, Gumshoe. And then Goddard's just like, Goddard's been chill. Well, he was kind of an asshole. And then Gavin was like, yeah, he was all right. Was that necessary? Was a long panel shot really necessary? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I am lagomorphing illusionist from the... The fuck does lagomorph mean? Hold on. We're gonna learn a new word today. L-N-G-O-M-O. Lagomorphs. They include rabbits, hares, and pikas. Oh, I didn't know there was a word for those type of animals. Oh. New word has been learned. I'm a lagomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie the Fam. Maybe Bonnie or Bunny? Probably Bonnie, even though it looks like Bunny. It probably would be Bunny. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you. Please, witness. There's a time and place for all things, including magic. But it would be okay if I just do a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody's waiting. Now's my chance to shine. That is your second time. My second time doing what? There will be no further warnings. Oh, let's see what a third time happens. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct? Yep. Where we have your testimony, witness, once you've recovered from your disappointment. Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. Bullshit. But I guess I have to, don't I? Testimony time, let's go. I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Rios. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift. It is. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have... Trucy did use a stage lift? I think she must have used stage lift number 2. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way. Covering her own ass, I see. You were on stage the whole time? And you're sure about that? There's no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she is shown clearly in the TV show footage as well. I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Rios, not little old me. Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim on the stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using the stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. So stage lift number 2 was already lifted, but that was by Trucy's own statement. So I could present that, and two things can happen. Either it's not going to be counted because she said it, or it's going to be counted, even though she said it.
Hold it!
So let's press this and see what happens. Stage lift number 2. You mean the stage lift shown here on the left? Oh, they even have the rat animation still going on. That's right, with a stage lift. I think even a small girl could lift a dead body up to the stage. And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion? Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers. Defense, what position was stage lift number 2 in after the show? Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position. And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree? Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper. Let's press everything first then. You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down the understage passage? Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now. I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you. Yes. You've got to be kidding me. Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. I'm right there in the footage. Or are you too much of an idiot to see? Huh? Mr. Pham, are you feeling alright? You seem suddenly different. It's her, I don't know, I guess mask off moment? Because it's not really her mask off, but whatever. Oh, whoops. Where did that come from? Right? I don't know. Where did it come from? Oh my. I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I? Teehee. Teehee smile. In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance. Flawless? That's odd considering what you told me. You said that you'd made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat. Mr. Pham, to what is the defense referring? Well, I made a little mistake on my stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flubbed it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead. I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof. Tee. Yeah, thank goodness I didn't present. That was a trap right there. Mm-hmm. Yes, sirree. Now, do you know who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps, don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling pronto. Do it quick before you keel up over there. Yeah, keel over up there. Why is that so hard to say? I beg your pardon. Oops. Oh, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry. Yeah, even they say mask off stuff. Well, defense. Are you ready to let it all go now? Of course not. I'll never give up. Never give up. Never surrender. I see. I suppose this too is fate. The sacred scriptures of Crainism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you who struggles ceaselessly against his fate, Papul Boljig seems most appropriate. What? What sort of terrible place is Papul Boljig? A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. I kind of want to replay. Well, I guess, is it called replay if I never beat it? I guess I want to go back to playing Dante's Inferno. I forgot I have the copy of that here. Well, let's talk about the hells. Makes me want to play that again. It was my version of God of War because I never really played God of War, even though I had it. Well, I had that game. I had the Xbox 360 before I had a PlayStation 3, so I had the God of War collection, but I only played like a little bit of the first game. But way before that, I tried out Dante's Inferno on the Xbox 360, and it was alright. It was fine. That may be a game. I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna stream it, but that may be a game I play on the side or something at some point. Or maybe if something comes out that's like Dante's Inferno themed, like a remake or some shit. No, like a, I don't know, like a movie or something. Maybe I'll play that for stream. Anyway, think of it as something akin to an antlion sandpit trap. Oh, there's one of those in my backyard. Wow, right? This hell is closest to home than I thought. Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim understage. Hey, Apollo, if you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. You mean, I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. Let's go! Thank you, Athena. See, Widget is picking up on the noise in her heart too. So I have super sensitive. So Apollo has super sensitive eyes, I think, and then she has super sensitive ears, and then Wright is super sensitive. All right, Athena, let's give it a try. You got it.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I'm afraid that our witness, Mr. Pham, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident. She is? Yes, with what terrible death on stage, and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she's unfit to testify. What? Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Post-stress disorder, right? It's where a person becomes PTSD. Uh, uh, it's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere. That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD. Oh boy. Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, sure. Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've wished my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sworn in half. Oopsie, boy, have I had to watch my temper, don't I? Yeah, this proves you need therapy. Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady. Let's go! Proving our point that you need therapy. What exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? With a super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Which it projects their emotions I hear into the mood matrix so I can analyze them. It sounds like some sort of spurious devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask, how do emotions constitute evidence? Well, I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se. I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try. I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs this witness. Let's go! I'll disturb you. Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sadmati. What a nice man. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Of course. You're the lead on this case, after all. Do I need a refresher? No need. I think I still remember from the last time, so let's get right into it. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, Loki. You ready, Bridget? Let's do this. All right, let's look into the mind of this very fucked up magician. Okay. Okay. Interesting. You're not happy about you being on stage? What? How is that not? Oh, maybe it's because the first one. That makes no sense. She's a magician. She loves being in the spotlight. Why would she, if she's not happy in the scene when she's talking about she's being on, you know what? Okay. Probably an easy answer. Oh, what? Yeah. Okay, I guess that'll work. Okay, never mind. What's it called? Jump the gun? Spoke too soon? Yeah. I have to say, Mr. Pham, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you were feeling happy about it. I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because... I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I? You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers. Because we saw you. We saw how you said you hated Trucy Wright, how you were glad she was in trouble, and how it was and even how it was what she deserved. It looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. That's not a term. 50%. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we can get it down to 0. Well, Mr. Fam, are you ready to confess how you really feel? What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol Trucy. Press X to doubt. That's the character I'm supposed to be. Keep that up, Mr. Fam, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am. The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you physical psychic harm. I can hear them, two distinct voices battling inside you. Was it like DID? Shut your pie hole. You know nothing. You know it all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that, or I might get flustered. Mr. Fam, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Put the wild beast inside you free. Is she gonna transform, or is she just gonna be angry again? Hope she gets like a new look. Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine, take a good look. Oh. There we go. Oh, she's bat themed? Oh, that's neat. What in the world? Sheep's clothing, you got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. I'm not a wolf, I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings. I think we just opened Pandora's box. Finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat. See, therapy works, people. Defense, your therapy session has taken a turn for the worse from the looks of it. There's a perfectly good explanation for this, isn't there, Miss Sykes? Methinks I created a monster. We blew it. Hey you, lobster boy. Me? You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right. Oh, nice. Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm? Well, the bat is out of the bag now. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all that hard physical labor. When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to? Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both the huge day lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot. Interesting. Wait, hold on. Athena, could you please add that to the last statement to Bonnie's testimony? Alright, I'll update the mood matrix with the new info. Hey, Apollo. Now there's a new inconsistency with the testimony. Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you can just do what you do best. Find the contradictions in the testimony and present evidence to refute it. So that independent to move stage lifts.
Objection!
Oh, first one down. Oops. Boy. Uh-oh. The witness and I disagree on one point, Mr. Justice. As I say, it does suck for you to be right now. Suck to be you right now. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Okay, so let's go up all the way. Because of Mr. Hat's new position, he had to move the stage lifts. Wait, how did you know that she moved the stage lifts?
Objection!
There we go. I had the right type of evidence, but not the right part of that evidence. I presented the stage lifts, but I should have presented the statement about said stage lifts. Okay. Doesn't make sense. What? So you think I'm crazy now? No. That's not the point I was trying to make. I don't hear you denying it. Mr. Pham, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. That's right. And I still say that's just what she did. But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts? Huh? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so. What? So how could you possibly have known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? Well, that's impossible. I'm gonna say something that's... Oh, I don't want to... There's a certain movie that has to do with magicians that I haven't seen, but I know the twist of, and I think they're using that same twist here. You did it, Apollo. Noise levels are at 0%. But Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean... Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Pham himself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one awful liar, Mr. Pham, and one spectacular suspect. But even then, would there be any signs that having been in the case? Why, you shiny red lobster boy. You're saying I killed Mr. Rios? I'm saying that's a possibility. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
Objection.
My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry, but you seem to have forgotten one very important part. Oh, really? The TV footage. As you clearly see, Mr. Pham was on stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh yeah. You have just taken a long and senseless journey only to return to the starting line. The winners could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim was the accused. Guess the party is over. But Mr. Pham knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor said Marty. It's quite simple. The accused must have told Mr. Pham about it, but then forgot. Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Mr. Pham really was in the understage passage, it means she was on stage and understage at the same time. You mean she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not sure about that makes sense part. Then we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion. I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd. I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. I know you're fooling me, but you're right. Not on screen. On screen. On screen. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain the witness was in two places at once? Yep. There's only one option that can make sense. Which means it really was that twist. It really is a twist. I'm not gonna say what movie it anticipates anyone ever watches this video and hasn't seen that movie. But it's that same twist from that one movie. There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would make all sense, wouldn't it? There were two of them? I suspect you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose three screws to the head should righten his putrid brain. Very well, bailiff. Could you... No, wait. Please listen to my argument. Very well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen. As I argued earlier, Mr. Pham is shown in the footage the whole time. But at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there were two Bonnies. That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sadmati? This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. But Apollo, if it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two, we don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if the Bonnie of the Pham in the footage is the real Bonnie, and the Bonnie here on the witness stand, the one who must have been understage, this Bonnie of the Pham is our second Bonnie. She is? Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe we have just the piece of evidence to prove that Miss Bonnie number 2 exists. Oh, please submit your evidence. We do? Okay.
Take that!
What's this? During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints, on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show, but they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. Unknown third parties' fingerprints. I was not told of this. Oh no, we got Emma in trouble. Emma must have kept it from him. So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Mr. Pham, or should I say, Bonnie number 2. These are your fingerprints, aren't they?
Top to them.
Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be two. Those fingerprints could have been left not only during the show, but at any time.
Objection.
It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sadmati. And I'm sure you know that exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue. What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice? The issue is who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonnie DeFam's. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us? Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying? It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Sadmati, can you really look at her and still say that? How about we just test her for fingerprints? What are you looking at? Take a picture, it'll last longer. How could this be? If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't match belong to the real you. Belong to you, don't they, Bonnie number 2? Witness, is what the defense has said true? If she says it, that means she's breaking her magician's rules. Fine, I admit it. The fingerprints are mine. Then does that mean you aren't Bonnie DeFam? What? Ridiculous. Are they really 2 Bonnies? Nope, there's only 1 Bonnie. That's because I'm Betty. Betty DeFam. What? Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp from the amazement as this LIGO-morphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. You know, I felt like I've never played this game, this case before up to this point, but I feel like I've done this point before. Watch closely, it's showtime. Because I kind of remember this. Did I beat this case? No way I beat this case. What an amazing trick. The witness has suddenly split into 2 people. It's not a trick, no gimmick to it either. We're simply twins. Yeah. That's how the teleportation trick works. Ever since her debut, I've had to hide up or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. I don't have to hide anymore. That's right, our days of sneaking around are finally over. The cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it. So which one of you is the nice Bonnie DeFam that we met in the dressing room? That would be me. And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw with the ratings Raja on the stage was... Hey, who are you calling sharp-tongued? It's all starting to make sense now. So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it? It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. Now, Betty, on the other hand, look at that, once again, who said it exactly what they were saying almost, who was understage, did have the opportunity. Wow, so now we have 2 suspects. Wait just a minute here, Lobster Boy. I didn't do it. That's right, Betty might have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Oh, well, speak up, huh?
Hold it.
Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage that was being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there? Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back. Prosecutor said, Mahi, Betty the fam is ready to testify. What do you say? Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow a cover and ruin our magic act. True, true, true. One of the most precious things to a magician is their secrets. Besides, am I going to go into your twilight hell, whatever, for being a liar? You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather, uh-oh. I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil in interrogation hell. Now then, Betty the fam, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage. Yeah, I am fucking confused. Did I beat this case? There's no way. Oh, well, let me beat this case first, and then I'll stop, and then I'll look. Cause I could have sworn I didn't. It's true, I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was a fire trick, right? The one Mr. Reyes was supposed to do. That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script. I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up. You were going to give it away. Anyway, I was really busy. Yeah, way busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Reyes. How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick. Alright, okay, hold on. Hold the fuck on. My goddamn 3DS. No power. Dude, this is a fucking emergency. Now I'm going crazy. I cannot. Where am I gonna put this? How does this have no power? I can unplug one thing here. This one should be good. Nope, not that one. Definitely not that one. Hold on. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, we're good. We got it, okay. You really did not like me doing that, I'll tell you what. Not that one. Please be this one. Okay, cool. Here. Plug this into here. Turn this on. If it turns on. Oh, hold on. I think it's on. Great, we'll continue this as it goes on because I'm really fucking curious now to see if I've actually beaten this game before. I have this, this case before. Let's see. Where is it? Spirit of Justice. My 3DS. got Capcom. Blah, blah, blah. Continue. This is from wow. So I started this case on having a little bit of a sidetrack. I started this case. I started the first time I played this game. I was playing in 2018, and then I dropped it. Then I picked it up again in 2022, and then I dropped it again. Investigation, trial. Load this data. Oh, so I guess I didn't beat it. Huh. Oh, fuck. I did. Okay. 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 I see what's happening here. Okay. All right. So what happened was I thought I never got to the trial part of this case. I did get to the trial part of this case, but I got halfway through the trial part, I think, and then I stopped. So I have seen everything so far. I was like, how did I? Yeah. I was like, I remember seeing the whole thing about her, like her twin lifting her up and everything like this, and I didn't remember that she had a twin. But it's one of those things sometimes where, like, you ever have something happen and then you're like, oh shit, like it unlocks a memory, and then you realize, oh, I do remember something that I did think I had. It's that. Oh my, she's floating. Now I know exactly where I stopped. Your Honor. You can see she's being held up from below. You're supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette. But if it's a contradiction or inconsistency, I have to point it out. Because we're lawyers. That's what we do. Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna present something that's very
Objection!
yeah, an easy peasy lemon squeezy. I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in the floating trick you did earlier. Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, Bowhead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick. No one except me, you mean? Oh, We have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? You do? I told you to keep it zipped. Now, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony? The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for with a layer of dust. You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, didn't you, Betty? You got me. Because you knew that you may not be able to kill her possibly, but you definitely at the very least knew that the stage, about that the performance would be canceled. Which is why I said when we started this. Betty the fam, you explain yourself. There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty. You can't hide it any longer. You might as well tell them. Shut up. You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do. Well, if neither of you explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason she didn't prepare for the fire trick is because you didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would be canceled. No, in hindsight, I'm kind of a little bit torn up because I'm like, oh, some of this stuff I'm like, oh, I should have, like, it's not me 100%, you know, solving this. It's just me remembering stuff that I've done in the past. But when I look at the history of when I played this on the 3DS, and the last time I was playing it was in 2022, you know what? I'm gonna give myself a slight, you know? It's okay. Because I had 3 years and I completely forgot where I was in this case. So it's almost like relearning everything from the beginning. In a sense, somewhat. Yeah, I'm gonna start huffing that copium right now for that. Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs off of yours. Is that what you want, huh?
Objection!
Whatever, they can grow back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already. I can't reveal my secrets. I'm a magician. You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit defense. And having chance upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away. Exactly. Where's your proof, huh? And yet, I can see that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. Is this the third strike? I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness. Deceitful trickery?
Objection!
As a court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. But all those questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way. Does that mean you're admitting your guilt? Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do. You... Lobster Boy, Cue Ball Geezer, Headcase Brat, Cerberus Monk. Oh, okay. That's for name calling. Cue Ball Geezer? Headcase Brat, really? Betty, calm down. Come on now. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you. And how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick? I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract. Oh. Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection!
I'm beginning to see the comic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Huh? Allow me to summarize your assertions, defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. And the second, that the witness and the accused of only two could have done it. Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found. He's gonna make the statement that Chuchi put them into a contract. That means that they can't reveal the secrets and thus mean that they can't say anything. Thus making Chuchi look like the killer again. And that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim on the stage. But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason? Like what? In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance. He's not wrong. He's not. But he's gonna say the wrong person that he thinks planned out. After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read that newspaper, old news reports, I even browsed tabloid magazines. How very industrious of you. I'm impressed. During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? Oh, 949. About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct? Is that true? Betty, please, let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore. Dang it, fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Reyes showed up and dead in the coffin. The set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted. It was all a prank. It's just a prank, bro. Yeah. Yo, someone died. It's duh, bro. It's good. It's cool. It's just a prank, bro. Bonnie, is this really true? Yes. Mr. Reyes was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go. So he was in on it too? That's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. And then the set piece would fall down. Tusi would be shot and start to panic. That's how the prank script went. That's terrible. But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the whole thing that was different from the script. Only thing that's different from the script. Poor Mr. Reyes. I'm so completely lost right now. Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do. All right. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once, we're sure how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. After a teleportation trick, I went down on the stage. When Mr. Reyes' body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right, I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece. It made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Chuchi to the backstage so she couldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Reyes to come back to life in front of a panicked Chuchi. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That was how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he just kind of stayed on the ground. It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. Yeah, it is. The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show. I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ratings Roger's idea anyway. Yeah, it sounds like just like the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. This is the prank plan script we got from the ratings Roger. Roger Ratings. Dang it, you made us break our contract. Now we won't get paid. The clip on the back was supposed to be attached to him so he can fly away. The clip was not attached to him. Okay. The clip was not attached to him. He was supposed to fly up in the air. Probably guess the murder. Wish I could freeze frame this. I want to say freeze frame. I wish I could pause this. So there are two shadows there. We've now basically confirmed, I think, that that was also Mr. Rios or somebody else. Something else flew up. I think it was him. Whatever the first shadow was, Mr. Rios. No, that makes no sense because then Mr. Hat would still be there. So Mr. Hat flew up on the left side. right? Placing the opposite of the script location on the right side. As a result, Tuesday had to quickly move the lifts under the stage. So he was supposed to fly up on the left side. But when he got pulled up on the, hold on, where did we find Mr. Hat again? If we were looking out, we found I think it is based on how the direction of us when we went up to the top, when we saw like the little pads on the top. We saw him on would have been the right side. So he's pulled from the right side. Right. So then who was lifted on the left side first? That would make Mr. Reyes be the one lifted on the left side. But if Mr. Reyes was lifted on the left side, let's say he was lifted up, stabbed, and killed right then, right? Would that be enough time to get him back down into the body? That makes no sense. Hold on, let me look at this again. My problem with this theory is the fact that if he is lifted up into the air, there's no time upon which he can get back down into the thing. Right? So he's brought over here, right? And then he's lifted up from that side. He's lifted up onto the right side. So that, I think, is Mr. Reyes over on the left side. I don't know what happened to Mr. Hat. He gets stabbed. Comes back down. Goes into... No, it's too fast. It's way too fast. I feel like we can solve this case now. I don't know how. But yeah, I think my biggest theory is that the rating wire just pulled him up. I think he's the killer. The rating wire just pulled him up into the top stage, stabbed him, and then put him back down. No. But where does all that leave us? Who killed the victim and when? Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Reyes was the one pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of the prank. See, and that's the whole I think is the big thing is that according to this, right? Set piece, under a stage passage. Let's say if this is looking out to the audience, right? On the left side, he was supposed to come out of the left side, Mr. Hat. But they made it so he came out the right side. So Tucci had to move the stage lift to the right side and come out the right side. So the two shadows that went up, one came out left and one came out right. The one that came out left is supposed to be the one from Mr. Hat, but he was on the right when that happened. So how did that happen? And the one on the right happened when everything happened. Is the moving of Mr. Hat, was that also something that was written inside of the prank script? It was not. Then when he was understage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who was also understage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Yep. Witness. Was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin? Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, might as well show you this video. Greetings, viewers. It is I, the great Mysterious. We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I'm now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. But to hide in the coffin, which Trucy was stabbed with her rubber sword. When the coffin opens, oh, I will be in the acting as though I have met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? Oh, I can hardly wait. He's about to hide in the coffin. Wait, hold on. That is blood, right? What is his autopsy report? shock as a result of being stabbed at the back with a sharp blade. Hmm. It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. Yeah, I don't like where they're going with this. The victim passed through the understage where Betty the Fam was. It came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Rios appeared to be backstage when we shot the video we saw. It appears that way, yes. In defense, you propose the following, did you not? One. Hiding backstage. Oh, fuck. In defense, you propose the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Rios entered the coffin. So does this mean... Yes, it is horrible but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. Went into the coffin where Mr. Rios was hiding. Tusi Wright thrust her blade. He's making a solid case. See? Told you so. So are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank? It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let's ask the accused herself. Miss Wright, did you have any prior knowledge of the prank? What? Tell them, Tusi, you didn't know anything about it, right? Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing.
Objection.
Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me no choice but to present this piece of evidence. It looks like some sort of note. I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I didn't understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now. What's this? Let's see. It says, get their video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out. There's a note signed by the accused. That signature looks very suspicious. Where have we seen this exact same signature before? Oh, on a document that was forged. I wonder what that could mean. Instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Rios' video camera from him, it seems. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Tusi knew about the prank. It does bear her signature, I'll give you that much. So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank? It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. She thrust the steel sword into the coffin where this victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright? Of course not, and I didn't write or sign that note. Ah, but the handwriting matches yours. All the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit. But I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not? I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Rios. You have to believe me. Oh, come on, Judge. Oh, come on. Geez, that car is going fast out there. Continue struggling against the threads of your own car if you wish, accused. Even as you're inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself. Miss Wright, it is time to resign yourself to your fate. No, I didn't do it. But I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Believe me. You have to believe me. This is bad. Apollo, you have the evidence. Apollo, you have the fucking evidence. Wait, Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling and let us offer the victim's soul the last right it deserves. Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant, Juicy Wright. God fucking damn. I hate when I'm ahead of the fucking defense attorneys in this case. In any game, when I'm just like, the defense has an objection. Apollo, you, even now you would. Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which you can refute the prosecution's claims, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor. Do we really have anything, Apollo? Yes, we do. Actually, we do. Yeah, there's one piece of evidence we could present here. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may proceed. As we saw in the show footage, there's no question that the defendant thrust a sword into the coffin. The defense does not dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value. So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved? Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. Remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. Oh boy! Oh boy! You'll be severely penalized if I find you were bluffing. That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Mr. Wright used was not the cause of death. I feel like it's the rubber sword, but there's gotta be something else. There's no other thing I can think of.
Take that!
What's this? A sword from the show? That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand on the stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword, and she told us on the record that she remembers very clearly that she did. I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? Then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage? Somebody must have put this steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. But after the incident occurred, the dragon's set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos and swapped the rubber sword from the steel one. Do you not know when to give up, stink bug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. That's incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the steel one. But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was a plenty of time for somebody to plant the blood there. The sword the accused used was a rubber one. Then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Reyes was alive when he entered the coffin.
Objection!
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial. Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue. Very well, Your Honor. Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare. Oof, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor Sadbati either. You know, with the way he says let it go and move on as if it's nothing. Whoa boy, am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? Got your next evil scheme in the works already? What do you want? Keep making that face, champ, and everyone's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Chuchi. Now smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Grammary Creed tells you to do? Fucking paparazzi. How does it feel, Chuchi? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of true Grammary? Go away, you creep. Oh, what's this? Something discharged into frame. Looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Chuchi's pet? Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to go get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. You fucking gaslighting asshole. What happened to the camera? Oh god, he's a magician. Wait a second. No. What if we're making an assumption that I don't think I made this assumption even the first time. What if he is actually Mr. Reyes and then this guy's a fake? Think about it. Doesn't like Troop Grammary, hates them, was kicked out of the Grammary group. They clearly have this scar thing to be like a Monica of, oh, this guy's the actual killer. I mean, this guy's the the victim. What if he's actually? How old is he? $35, $30. They wouldn't do something that crazy, would they? They already pulled the twins pull, right? But this game is known for doing something where it's like, oh, the trick that was used before was also used again. I'll be showing the rest of the Chuchi show from the gallery. Put out a call for Chuchi's fans to come and support it earlier, by the way. Oh, by the way, yeah. I was fully ousted from the 13 years ago due to injury he sustained. Yeah, something's up with this. But I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. He called in some of Chuchi's fans. Apollo? That thing Mr. Rayton just did. That was some high-level sleight of hand. Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills. Mr. Lawyer? Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? Well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, tell me, what are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Betty, who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you say do or say anything, you harebrain. But I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me, now. God damn it, tell us what you know. I wonder what was bothering her. There's no way we're finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that. Court is about to reconvene. Will you be alright testifying? Yes, it's just... I wonder what Mr. Radiant has up his sleeve. I thought he's bringing in an actual fans. Yeah, probably not. You'll choose you right and you'll be fine. Oh. There goes Apollo with his best trick. Yeah, positive reinforcement. That's right, whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm choose you right and I'll be fine. Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now. That'll go. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great. Thanks, I'll be fine. I can do this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The audio is fucked up there. God damn it. Gosh darn it. Time to try and fix this. Try it just once. Okay, ready and go. Doesn't work this time. We're just gonna keep it with the audio off. Okay, well, hold on. Backup plan. Advanced audio properties. Legato audio. Is that it? I wish I had to be able to like listen to this. But Elgato doesn't have a sound thing. So let's try this and then let's try sync offset by a whole entire second. Millisecond maybe. Gosh darn it. Yeah. Well, we just gotta keep it as it is. I hear how my Elgato can be really good for like sometimes, and then other times it's just like, yeah, okay, never mind. I don't want to work anymore. Yeah. Your properties. Do that. Do that. Nope, doesn't go. Oh, that's loud. What the heck? Yep, I can't fix it. Also don't know that that's actually super fucking loud. Holy shit. My ears. What's with all the hecklers? I bet they're fans of Mr. Rayton's invited. Let's go let to know if you switch from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue. Silence, all of you. I won't tell you again. Miss Wright, do you feel you'll be able to testify? It's getting dark in here. There we go. Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? Wait, you can do that? Oh shit, hold on. I got one in the bathroom. Crap! Okay, I'm back. And while let's come back on, let me try one more thing. Where are you? You. Gotta. Move that. Do that. Do this. Do this. Shoot. Fixed it. Cool. Neat. I just deleted the audio source and put it back in. You could witness my stupendous sword switching out magic and judge for yourselves. Woo. Woo. Smartest man on the planet. Not me. But still. Our Trucy is amazing, isn't she? She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody. Oh, cool. A way to set some way. That's actually a... Okay, cool. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto sorto. There, I've switched it. And now... Up. As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber. Oh, that's cute. But... Bravo, Miss Wright. She's completely turned the room around. The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering. Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Mr. Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know. I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show. So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage but behind the curtain? Exactly, so you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. As for whether the steel sword went when the trick right now. Also, why is it so loud? There we go. The steel sword went when I performed the trick just now. It's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now would I? Oh, that's our Trucy. Yeah, still. Miss Wright? That part where you spun around. That's an actual part of the sword switching trick for you to do the show, right? Right. The other part, like the apple, was just to help with my explanation here in court. Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness, but try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic. I wonder when next time they're gonna penalize me for having pressing too many statements. Probably in like one of the latter cases. Oh, also, I think, by the way, I think I'm past the point where I have beaten this before. Well, beaten this, but past the point where I have been before I stopped. I was coming back into court right now. I think is where I stopped, because when I went to check my 3DS version of this game, I think that's where it was, although I'm not 100% sure.
Hold it!
So you switched swords when you spun around just now? That's right. It's the same way I do the trick in the actual magic show too. But I'm also doing a lot of extra things that I don't do during the show right now though. The key point is the sword switching. Only could prove she did it during the actual show too. Right, prove that she switched them during the show. What's the matter, Apollo? You look troubled. Oh, it's nothing. Miss Wright, please continue with your trick. Show just me witnessing me witnessing. Saw me witnessing. So just witness me switching the swords. Okay, and then. Oh boy! Let's see where this takes us.
Objection!
Miss Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you. What is it, Apollo? There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage. What? But that can't be. I performed exactly the same way both times. Miss Wright, I have the show footage right here. The part where you tore your cape around is missing from it. What? But I did it. So, it really is the exact moment you switched the swords? Yes, that's right. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused lie for me. Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show? No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean, I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it. Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I am afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witnesses are false. But now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap swords, it means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Roos's death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion. The defense, the defense has an objection to you, Mr. Apollo Justice. The minute you withdraw your discrepancy, you point it out now. I can't do that. I can't. But I mean, there is a discrepancy and it must mean something. I'm sure of it. Will the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all of this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would have placed the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword switching trick on stage. Through her actions, I'm afraid I've come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions. It's such a shame. But I did switch the swords, I swear. Excuse me. Let's see. You are... Which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Body? It's Bonnie. You are mixing the two names together, Your Honor. Oh, pardon me. And do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie? Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify. The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Chuchi killed Mr. Reeves. Bonnie? Hey, what's the big idea? This incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you harebrained hare? You keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Tucci said something to me once. Huh? He said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give up, give in, or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her, so I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength. Give her the death penalty is fucking wild. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. I'm not gonna run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm gonna be brave. What have you done to my sister, Chuchi Wright? You've practically brainwashed her. It's the power of Chuchi's conviction. That's what it is. It's touched Bonnie's heart. Yeah, Chuchi really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to the thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess? Yes, ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage. What do you mean by that, Bonnie? I wonder if it was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage. Of course it is. The show has only been performed once after all. You can't show anything other than what happened on stage yesterday. But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage. What can we check in against? Do you have some other footage of the show? Well, I have some show footage. You do? But yeah, actually you do. One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show. And then afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present. He did? Yay, let's go! Simps to the rescue! To tell you the truth, I thought if it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it. Please submit that footage to the court. That simp is gonna save the day. Let's go! Now then, let's take a look at this new footage. Okay. The fuck are the cards? Okay then. He really did keep the camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he? I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work. This is not the courtroom to be saying that, lady. What offense? Do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting? Yes, I do. Of course I do. Okay, how are we gonna go about this? Let's try comparing the two. We just might find an inconsistency between them. An inconsistency, huh? Yes, the two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. Bonnie felt that there was something off about the original footage. So we can figure out what's different between the two. We'll know what Bonnie found strange. Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. Your Honor, defense would like to compare the two pieces of show footage. Very well, I will allow it. What a waste of time. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? No, I've never done it before. I'll give you a little lesson then. Use it. Okay. Let's go. We can do frame by frame playing back. Okay. Yeah, let's see how this goes. So pause and then frame fast forward. Oh, cool. I can do it like this way. Well, hold on. Let's go back to the other one. So switch footage. Oh, I don't. Oh, good. I don't have to rewind on this side. Frame rewind. Those cards, I noticed those. fuck?
Take that!
No! Oh. I forgot. Shit. I forgot to move the cursor. God damn it. What? You probably should get some green glasses, dude. Yes. Yes. Okay. God damn it. All right, so hold on. So pause. And then frame rewind. Okay. Okay. Frame fast forward. Okay.
Take that!
There we go. I fucked up and goddamn. This is it right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front. Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front. Hey, you're right. What's going on here? Mr. Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick. What? Mr. Justice, does this mean... Yes, it means the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the trick footage was edited? Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find out. Yes, Your Honor. I wonder who it could be. It's you. Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. And who might you be? Right. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there. This is here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, well, how very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you, too, Prosecutor Sadmahi. Please, take my card. A business card? Ah, yes. I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I even have familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crack-a-lacking, homie, for example? What are you fucking reading? Oh, you're from Take Two TV. Are you not? Are you witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before. Yes, Roger Ratings, otherwise known as the Ratings Roger. He's a TV producer and appears on many of his shows as of late. He's best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby." Ah, my, so you're the Ratings Roger. Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here. I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But Prosecutor Sadmahi, how do you know so much about him? In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Roger goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine. What? You went to Burger Barn? Huh. You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Because that line, whew. Compared to my aesthetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern Burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. Oh my god, I'm fucking hungry again. No. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers. Prosecutor Samahi's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside, Mr. Raytons, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned? Well, for starters, it's true that the footage is edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around to keep your eyes peeled. Did you see that part where it was cut where Trucy switched the swords? He spins around, the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be. It seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick, which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Reyes. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Trucy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. So yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Reyes when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse. So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? That's a good point. There's no confirmation he was dead at that point. If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I said Trucy murdered Mr. Reyes. Mr. I guess he was saying his name wrong. Mr. Mysterious. Mr. Reyes. Oh, when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon and nobody would have been the wiser. Okay, that's a valid possibility. And I see, indeed there's a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet, plus there's a suspicious looking shadow in the footage too. It's toward the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easier to see it for yourselves. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. The suspicious shadow must be Trucy. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. Bullshit, it's going up. Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way. This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all, aren't we forgetting? That the witness willfully edited out the sword switch out of the footage. You see, there's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot. That'd be fine with me, Prosecutor Shadmahi. This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I got to say. Promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites of the victim, I will have you removed. No burger review is going to save you from getting the beads of hatred, or whatever he calls them. All right, with Prosecutor Sadmahi's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Raytons. Roger Raytons of Raytons Raja, now Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. He's the type of guy who would say chat. Listen up, chat. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together and long, boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like I was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? I see. So you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut? That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection. How cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you see it when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. And cut. There. I got some good stuff there. Oh, thank you. Mr. Rayton's filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Whoops, my bad, Judge. If the defense has an issue, it can point it out during its cross-examination. True. True, true, true. All right. I think I know. I have something I could probably present to a specific statement, but we're not gonna present yet. We're gonna press on the statement first.
Hold it!
What other scenes did you cut from this footage? Huh? Oh, no others, I guess. You mean you only edited out the sword switching technique and nothing else? Don't you think it's too much of a stretch to claim that it is mere coincidence? No matter how artificial you find the affair, stranger things have happened on their own. That is, unless you have something with which to prove otherwise, defense. Well, if you have a valid criticism, Mr. Rayton's testimony, feel free to counter it with evidence. Well, Apollo? It would sure make things easier if we had some. I think the defense team needs to be edited out of this trial. That's what they need. I'll have to clean up this footage later. Okay, so good. Because good thing I did that. So I could have presented evidence, but that would have been bad.
Hold it!
So now it's Press City, baby. Really, I've never heard anybody say that. It's common knowledge in the TV world. Got any idea what a snooze cruise it'd be to watch a magic show without editing? A magic show like that one, anyway. Anyway, editing is what makes TV worth watching. Not completely incorrect. You know it's a bad editor before you know it's a good editor. I'll say that.
Hold it!
Are you saying you thought there were boring scenes in Miss Wright's magic show? You gotta ask, that script and presentation deserve a place on the cutting room floor. Broadcasting that mess as is would have been a complete disaster. That's why I had to edit the footage. It's just what a TV man does. What didn't you like about the show exactly? The whole thing. It was a major snooze fest. Maybe common folk like you don't get it. But a show's only as good as how loud, flashy, and trashy it is. I suppose each industry has its own way of doing things. Just as we in the legal profession focus exclusively on evidence and testimony. Exactly. Whether it's a showbiz or legal biz, we do what we gotta do to get the job done. The ends justify the means, haha! No, please don't do that. Anyway, editing footage is just a matter of course in the TV industry.
Hold it!
It wasn't done maliciously, huh? But I get the distinct impression that you bear feelings of ill will toward Drew Kramery. Huh? What makes you think that? The things that you yourself have said. And I also get the impression that you felt this way for a long time. Words such as those can be interpreted in many different ways. For example, though I bear the defense no ill will, I would not hesitate to say that he is a good-for-nothing lout of a lawyer. You bear me no ill will could have fooled me. And yet, it is the truth. I am only strict on you as it seems you have strayed from the path. If you have any objections, Mr. Justice, please make your case with evidence in the future. Mr. Raytons, please continue your testimony.
Hold it!
Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, Big Shot? It's hard being the boss kid. You gotta make the tough choices, like which content gets cut. Let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell you, people tell you how to do your job, but they don't know the first thing about it. I might not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it.
Take that!
What? I guess this is doing a prank show makes some sense. I'll take a good look right here when you read that platoon. Oh yeah, never mind. Looking bad and have evil intentions are two different things. Good point. Well, now I know what it is. Okay.
Hold it! Take that!
What's that you got there? This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party of Take-Two TV and the second party Miss Wright reads, if through the fault of the second party, the show must be canceled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum. It couldn't agree more, and of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Rains had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it. Conned her? How did he do that? There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly comment her signature onto other documents. I wonder what other document could have been faked then. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof that had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Tucci and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million? That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Rains. As to prove.
Hold it!
Do I have proof? Actually, legit proof. This clipboard is yours, though, isn't it, Mr. Rains? Well, it belongs to the TV station anyway. That much I know. Maybe it was an old prop from one of our TV shows that got used by mistake. Or maybe you used it on purpose to con Miss Wright. Mr. Rains has already stated that he did not. Mr. Justice, please do not use this trial to try to get out of paying your agency's debt. That's not what I'm doing. Proof Mr. Rains is connected to the carbon paper, huh? If Chuchi's signature was copied onto the fake contract, then there must be an original contract that Chuchi actually did sign. True, but I bet Rains is too savvy to leave something like that behind as evidence. What if her signature was copied into more than just the fake contract? Like a third document with Chuchi's signature on it? Have you seen anything like that? Oh, okay, so we are. Okay. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Let me continue my testimony. No.
Objection!
I guess we're gonna go this route. I mean, I thought we needed a little bit more logical leaps, not leaps, logical What's the word I'm looking for? Logical steps to get to where we are right now, but I guess we're doing this now. Works for me. You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? Yes, yes it would. Oh, you mean Apollo? No, not for Apollo. You know, think, like a newscaster. I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract. Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Don't you try to dodge the issue, Mr. Ratons. The fact is that you bear ill will against my client. Well, the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions, isn't that right?
Objection.
What a forced argument defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will towards Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed. That's right, I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I'd never even crossed paths with Juicy before this magic show. So I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? It has to be. No fucking way. Your Honor, I like to argue that Roger Ratons and Juicy Wright might have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them. Hidden connection? What is it now? Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it's just another one of the defendant's reckless claims.
Objection.
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well then, do proceed. Did you figure something out, Apollo? Nope, not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's feigned training. Hope you know what you're doing. If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Ratons? That was the quickest answer I've ever gave. Goddamn. What if Mr. Ratons is a magic magician too? What if... I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me. Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Mr. Wright somewhere along the way. Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Craniism states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. Alright, that's kind of an asshole thing to say, but whatever. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit, he isn't going to get it anyway. We saw Mr. Ratons perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. Well, I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician. You must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will towards the accused. That is true. I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mont Pony Pony. You're just making up names. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. Haha, a numbskull for a numbskull. I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? Hold on. I can think of one person. One person who has a reason to bear. There we go. Holy shit! I was right! I was fucking right! Or rather, one person who has a reason to bear a grudge against True Grammary. Oh? Yep. Holy shit. They pulled the same trick twice in this case. God damn. I'm fucking good at calling that shit. Is something right, Mr. Justice? Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time. I see, and what sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime. What? And what have you come up with this time, defense? Trucy Wright is the sole heir to True Grammary and its name. And the only reason I got this is one, the magician thing showing off, and two, the fact of like, well, by process of elimination, it can't be Bonnie, it can't be Batty. It has to be him, but there's no real good motive, right? And if you look at it, if you think about it really hard, this is years ago. This picture was taken years ago. Trucy Wright is the sole heir to True Grammary and its name. This puts her square into the crosshairs of one particular magician. This piece of evidence points that one person with a grudge against Miss Wright. And I started off in this courtroom trial today when I was saying everything, when they're talking about the fact that he had a grudge against the Grammarys. And I said, that's more of a reason for him to kill Trucy than for Trucy to kill him. Well,
Take that!
and who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice? 13 years ago, the great Mr. Wright, Mr. Roos, belonged to True Grammary, but then the troupe ousted him and Mr. Roos vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? But Mr. Roos is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect. But is he really dead? What do you mean, is he really dead? If the fact that Mr. Roos is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Roos? What? You mean the victim was an imposter? Not Mr. Roos, then what about the real Mr. Roos? It would mean the real Mr. Roos is still alive. That's absurd. Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Roos if not the victim of this case? As what did Sherlock Holmes used to say in the past? When you have, what's the old famous line, Detective Conan? God, what's that fucking line? Famous Sherlock Holmes quote. Sherlock Holmes quote. Yeah. When you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Said all the time in Detective Conan. From Sherlock Holmes, always the case in Ace Attorney. The easiest idea, the most common, most quintessential idea of every mystery. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated True Grammary and wanted to sully its name. The magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Roos in his stead. But that's... Yes, it is. Roger Raytons is the real Mr. Roos. What? Him? You're goddamn right. Oh, hollow red pepper. Your impotent seeds sprout naught but meaningless, empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. It's not a bad idea for a soap opera, but not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. Show me your fucking arm, bitch. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that Mr. Roos in the yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that... Oh my god! The X's! He didn't have the X's in the picture! How did I not see that before?
Take that!
This is the injury Mr. Roos sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, how did everyone overlook this? The video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely right. Now, Mr. Raitons, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Raitons, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Why are you hiding something else up there? To be fair, you could also be like, I covered it up. Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there because I require no tricks or gimmicks. But you see, my magic is the real deal. Is this what you were hoping to see? Got him! There it is, the scar! Just as I thought. That's right, I'm the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark understage of history. That's cool. The great Mr. Roos. But this is totally absurd. But it is Ace Attorney. Where do you think we are? How ironic, wouldn't you say? That this odious mark carved into me by Troop Gramarye would bring me back into the limelight once more. Drained of the comic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Roos, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Roos. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle. And when did this man take over for you? About 2 years ago. I taught him my tricks and even acted as his producer. And so, a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight. Courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show. You really had us all fooled. Mr. Raitons, or should I say, Mr. Roos. In your hatred of Troop Gramarye, you cured the victim, Mr. Mystery. Wait. No, okay, wait. And then you'd set up Miss Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did all to tarnish the Gramarye name. I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. Yeah, of course. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was simple, a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Gramaryes. But if it wasn't a secret prank plan from the very few people who knew about it, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? Exactly. Oh shit, he's dead. All right, case closed. His head. Just kidding. What the heck was that? Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, prosecutor said Marty? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. What? Recall defense that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Ratings was at Take Two TV, a fact that many people can easily attest to. So what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter? Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court more about your alibi. But here's the thing. We already proved that well, we've already been kind of theorizing, everyone in the court, that the murder happened not during the show, but right after the show. And then if we have that as an idea, maybe because we saw him right after the show ended and he was on the premises right then. So maybe either he had just come out right then, or he had snuck on, got into the building, then killed the guy, and then was just like, oh, Very well then, on with the show. Are you watching, Magic Grammary? The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Grammary line will be no more. That's a cool frame. That's a cool effect. I have my own little pen that I'm hitting at the beat of his little coin. I was at the TV station at the time of the penthouse performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? Is your bracelet going off? That can't be right. If Mr. Raines is the killer, he'd have to have been at the theater. There's got to be a hole somewhere in his story. Okay. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. There's something about... I bet you I'm gonna have to find something here that I have to press that I'm gonna have to use my ability on. My bracelet ability on. Because they're doing so much of a tell with his hands and his eyes right now, and maybe a little bit with his hand on his hat, that once something here I'm gonna press is gonna give me that ability. So right now I'm looking at...
Hold it!
Okay. What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more appropriate. It's the Ratings Raja special production. Yeah, hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. What's the show about? Washed up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, huh? No. Might I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity. You have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be your true calling. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of this program during the Penrose performance.
Hold it!
How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I'm making my business to perform solo. My magic has neither need nor want of resistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? There were many people there in that studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same. He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know? Has all been revealed to you now?
Hold it!
I've got it. Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? Again with a twins business? You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? If you do not believe him, defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. The perfect alibi, huh? It's no good, Apollo. I can't find a hole anywhere. There's gotta be some kind of trick to it. I just know there's a trapdoor in there somewhere.
Hold it!
But you did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? Indeed, anxious to see how the show was progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see, my journey took about 10 minutes by car. Allow me a stab at reading your mind. Aha, could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? How in the... But no, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver is a big fan of the ratings watch. I even gave him my card. You might as well give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. Oh boy. I believe you've heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor ill will against the defendant, there is no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of your honor's head. It is? The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm. You know, I think you would be a whole bunch of, all yourself as a whole bunch of, like, what's called hokey, whatever, or like baloney or hoopla if it wasn't for the fact that Maya Fey exists. Apollo, Tusi will be thrown in prison, and we'll be out of a job. And the prom's tomorrow. But if you catch tasty fishies, will you sell me some at a good price? I told you, I have absolutely zero intention of going off of a tuna boat. Now that's more of a Japanese reference than an American reference. Oh, behold my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mysterious, and stay for my grand illusion to the end of time. Oh, misdirection. Yep. You know what, Mr. Ratons? I guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you've prepared for us. An illusion that was suddenly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad? Have you gotten something, Apollo? Just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says there really isn't, and what they say isn't there. What a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. If we've all been taken for a ride by Mr. Rayton's magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. The body? If it's the body, then I have to confirm the fact. Okay, here are two things we have to confirm. We've taken to be the absolute facts of this case. The body. It has to be the body. If I reevaluate the validity of all these things, and just maybe Athena, there's something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Rayton's alibi. It's too perfect. That's true. It's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try. But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. I'm not following. Not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? It's definitely a possibility. Basically, that the body was killed during a time that was not the show. Would the defense care to share with everyone what's discussing over there? Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? That's a good one. But oh, that's a tough one. Oh no, fuck, that's not what I'm. God, that's not what he. God damn it. I mean, semantics. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? What if that were the case, then Mr. Rayton's perfect alibi would have become irrelevant?
Objection.
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what happened to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection.
That's what he wants you to think it is. Couldn't we just assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit? Well, if that's not the culprit's, then whose is it? You've already seen something that looks like the shadowy shape before, Your Honor, during the magic show itself. In that case, please point it out to the show footage for us. This is a thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure. I wonder what it could be.
Take that.
Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Mr. Wright, could you identify this shadow for the court? Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. It's from when he's being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by the wire. Then could the shadow beach that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too? No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up from the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, the second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. Some other figure? I'm afraid that you don't need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice. Where's the second shadow shown in this footage?
Take that!
If you consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there's only one answer. So I was right. Well, somewhat right. Because my theory was the fact that he was pulled up and then pulled up into a sword, killed, and then he dropped. You know, the shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Rears. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery. The victim. Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Rains? Indeed, and what of it? I contend that that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to the stunt wires so that he could be pulled up into the air. So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air just as the prank script says? Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the two piece de resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. Oh, you're sweating. Don't tell me. You've got it all figured out? Yes, I think so. If we can just look beyond Mr. Rayton's last bit of misdirection, we can finally be able to see the real truth. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? Just why did the culprit have to the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die when he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure out how those two questions relate, the answers should become clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still part of a prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air, after Miss Wright was called backstage just as the set piece fell. But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in the cushion in the catwalk. There's probably a knife or blade of some sort. What? You mean... Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. Damn, son. And straight into a blade there on the catwalk. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. What? Remotely? Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Raytons was at the time of death. They could just be like, well, Chusi did that too. Could have done that too, which is true. But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice? Holy shit, we're getting 3D models just before the murder occurred. The dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. And Mr. Man of Mystery attached to the same fucking pulley, connected to each other by the wire at the same time. By carrying out the prank plan, the Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up. Ooh, this is gonna be painful to watch. And oh, I didn't show it. And into the blade and the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Then that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape. The blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled up into the kitchen. I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Chusu would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Betty. Roger Ratings used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Ratings arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. But how did he have time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there's no one around to see. A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show? That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Ratings, who killed the victim, all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Here we go. This is too fucking easy. Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sadmati? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Ratings retrieved it after the fact. Which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. That's true! But that proof does not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on stage. That's where the blood-stained sword was found after all. That is a very good point. As the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage, Chusu Wright remains the prime suspect. It would appear that when you call truth, it's little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. It's time for, at last, to let it go and move on. Are you seeing this, Magnifique Gramarye? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The Gramarye name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence here. I know, that's just what I was thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or do you not have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed? Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right, so theoretically there should be no evidence for us to find or use, which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. Get ready, Mr. Ratings, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. Okay. Went exactly the way it was supposed to go. That's good. Also, the blood was placed there after the fact. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. Oh boy. Oh, we're doing this, baby, let's go! As long as the magic show went as scripted, this murder would happen without fail. Everything in the case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in plan. What part of the magical wasn't part of the original script? Why is a mistake? Bonnie made a mistake during Tuesday's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick? Mr. Hat was placed in the wrong spot. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat on the right side of the coffin instead of the left, Tuesday had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite the one of the show's script. Oh, but what does that mean for the shadow? This is what I said from the fucking beginning. Think about that. Shadow goes up on the left side. Mr. Hat shown on the right side. I said it from the fucking beginning. But Cope didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he's bound to make a slip up when he tampered with the crime scene. The edited show footage. What? Oh, okay. Okay. I guess it'll be the blood. I guess that my thing didn't go through then. I was incorrect about the Mr. Hat thing. Because Tuesday had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put the blood on the left hole. But it was eventually discovered on the right hole during the police investigation. They had originally put the blood on the left side. That means must have tampered with the scene again afterward to make it up line with the facts. Maybe the crime scene consistent with the facts. The culprit must have swapped the coffin sides. Yeah, 100% got that. First try. Let's go. Woo, yeah. Did not make any mistakes. Woo, yeah. Woo. That's right. That's right. The left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstain fit the facts. Where does it talk about the bloodstain being on the... Oh, I know what it is. There's no evidence that necessarily points to where the blood is supposed to be on the coffin. It's just, okay, I see what happened here. I see what's happening here. Yeah. It's the fact that you're supposed to assume that he did that there was supposed to be blood stain on the side that she stabbed. But if she was on the opposite side, then there must have been blood on the other side. So in order to make it look like that, the coffin would have been switched. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin. It's just the evidence I prove I need. Sorry, Mr. Rains, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. Magic is real, no trick. About that. No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. That proves Roger Rains tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place.
Take that!
The fingerprinting results? What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing towards the coffin, his prints would have been looked like this, but we noticed that it was flipped the other way. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It was quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree? It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way? They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Miss Wright would also pop up on the left side of the coffin as the show's script. Then he assumed that she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put the blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the blood stain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that due to Barney's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it is on the opposite side of the one that Trucy had used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels. And that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Exactly. Because the culprit switched the two sides panels around, the print ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? Because it had been dried at that point, I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing. Ah, right. Luminol, I almost forgot. Lumina can detect traces amounts of blood even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right, wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Ratons? I did a pretty good job of figuring out your trick, didn't I? Yeah, it's not like I had any problems with it. Haha, whoops. Trucy Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was the witness who tampered with the evidence. But do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Why, you impudent. I'm sure you've realized by now, Prosecutor Sadmati, that your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. You and the accused are most certainly bound for hell. Okay. Really? Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with a ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Prosecutor said, Marty, are you alright? As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew about how the show was supposed to go but didn't actually see it, and someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Ratings. Gramarye! All of the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been canceled. Permanently. Alright, freak out time. Everyone get your cameras. All of my secrets have been revealed. You say. Ooh, got a little Doppler effect going. Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mysterious. Where is the magic far greater than true Gramarye's? Burn. Crumble. Okay, you kind of deserve that, though. Fall to my furious flames. No, not daddy, dearest. The great Mysterious will bring an end to you all. Okay, he kind of deserves it, too. And now for the final heir to the Gramarye name. Right here, right now. You too. What? No, this isn't right. This is a fucking amazing fucking No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What? Stop! Curse you, Gramarye! That's an insane fucking confession. Curse those Gramaryes. It's all because of them. Even now they would wound me. Curse them all to the abyss. Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnifique Gramarye, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifique, he took it all from me. But that's no excuse. There's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all. I get it now. The attitude toward magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Don't deserve. I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see, so in the end, True Gramarye was defeated by the great Mr. Roos. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Take that, Gramarye. You lose. He's gonna burn himself in, isn't he? This court and my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation. Bailiff, take Mr. Ratings away and bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. Looks like we've reached the end. It feels as though I've been watching a grand magic show. Miss Wright? Yes, Your Honor? I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful smile of yours, that smile of a true entertainer, as I do? Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Trucy Wright, not guilty. Yippee! There were some stumbles along the way. I got some things wrong. I almost died. Got like sent on a contempt of court. But we pulled it off. Court is adjourned. Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy, grazie a Dio. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Roos is gone, I need to find somebody to replace him. No. How about the sisters? Tusi, I'm so sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Ratings used us. We're victims too. Even made me an accomplice to murder. But Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. And if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Ratings. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but I don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. I guess she really does hate me. But Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Tusi's. Hey, shut up. I always hated her. Really? But if we hadn't seen Tusi's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself. But Betty, you still have her autograph from that day. Shut up. We call that tsundere. Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Tusi again, aren't you? But that's not true, so zip it, dummy. Oh, so they're performing together, okay. Polly, do you think I really am a naive greenhorn? No. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. Chushi, don't tell me you're taking what Ratings said to heart. Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Huh? You're a wonderful Grammy magician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that? I know you're a wonderful Grammy magician because of this.
Take that!
My grandfather's notebook? The Grammy Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to the troop's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You're everything Manaphy could have hoped for an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy. A great magician? Me? You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Raiden said. Oh, Polly, thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if it had been alone up there. That's what siblings are for. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you. Me? I remembered what you said to me in the detention center. After all, you're sure you swapped me out. I like how he said that he believes in not just her, but in her professional, ability. Your words were what kept me going. Apollo, thank you for the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be. Emma? I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sadmahi about what a good person you are. And I had to testify against you, too. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh. Prosecutor Sadmahi, what are you doing here? Hit of Sky. Yes? I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. Wait, Prosecutor Sadmati. The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What? I knew you two had history. You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff. What happened to you? Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? How do you say his name? Now you sad, Maddie. Now you sad. Nayuta sad, Maddie. It's a pun name. I don't know what it is. What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Sadmati? Let's just say we're old acquaintances. Acquaintances? It seems like something more than that. Yeah, well, you don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject. Come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future. Sure, if you say so. Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on speakerphone, Apollo. What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It's a great victory for Apollo. Ooh, that's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort anytime. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. A full-fledged lawyer? Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you can go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course. I won't miss it for the world. So Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right? No, he just asked me to go to cheer you on. Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly. The best seat in the house? I really appreciate the thought, but good, then it's settled. Oh no. No, you wouldn't. Don't make me into an assistant.
Objection!
I should have known. That this is what she meant. Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or something, right? I'm too young to die. Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword. No, wait, stop. Local girl kills her defense attorney. More news at 11. And that is how Trucy and Grammarly Land ended on a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams. What kind of an ending is that? We did it. I think we did it. Yay, we did it. Now we're 100% no matter what on fucking uncharted territory. All right, we're gonna stop now. Holy shit, that trial was fucking. Usually it's like trials are maybe like 2 hours. That was a 4-hour trial. Hot damn. If this game's gonna be this long, this is good. Oh boy. We are going to find someone to raid though in the meantime. I want to put myself over to here and put some music on here as we chill. Here. Whoop. Go this. and then do this, and then do this, and then do this sleep mode, and then do this, and then do close. I'm good there. Okay, neato. All right, so, ooh, my voice is parched. Oh, Mm, hmm. Let's see. I have two options. Well, yeah, no, yeah, we have two options. Three options, we'll say. So we'll do some eeny, meeny, miny mo's because I can't make up my mind on who to rate. What's it? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oh, that's gonna be a jump. Well, at least people here who will be somewhat familiar with this person. Okay. I don't know if this is actually available. Can I even do this? Oh, I can. Neat. All right, neato. All right. So we're just gonna. I don't think we have a raid message for this, just because I don't want to take away from anything. But so we are going to be coming back tomorrow for a somewhat rare Wednesday stream. We're gonna be playing the Root Trees Are Dead. Root Tree Mania. So we already did the first part of Root Trees Are Dead, like the main story, but now we're come back and do the extra special story part, which is supposed to be like, I don't know, 10 times more complicated from what I'm seeing online. So that's gonna be fun. And then Thursday, we have some more Metal Gear Solid 3. That's also gonna be fun. And then we have nothing on Friday, unless I get unless I get really a hankering to play some more Blueprints, which would be rare, and then I go insane and make it have a 7 streams in a row, which won't kill me, but it will knock me out. But if we don't stream Friday, most likely not. On Saturday, we will be doing a wildcard stream if I'm not tired that day. And if we are streaming that day, most likely we do Blueprints, Root Tree Mania, or Final Fantasy 14, depending. Anyway, thank you for coming. Thank you for watching, and bye.